Oh, hey, do I see a trag there? Fantastic. Camera. Oh no, can't see me. Ah, there we are. Okay. Hello, everybody. Oh, last night was very full. So I played Repo last night with a bunch of people. That was chaotic. My mic cut out the last maybe 30 minutes of the stream, so the last bit's kind of lousy, but we're back in Final Fantasy. So we have things we can do today. So I'm going to go ahead and just check a couple things off here. I'm going to go ahead and run up to Limsa Lomenza, and we are going to do a couple things. We're going to look at the Mogpendium and see what we can do today. Yes. It is a Friday. Last night we got like 3 inches of snow or something. Where I live right now, it's kind of random when it snows because we got very little of it during kind of the late fall and through most of the winter, but we just got some like the most snow that we've gotten like all winter long. Yeah, and it's March. It's the craziest thing. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on. So this morning I went out and I shoveled some of the house driveway and stuff like that. It was heavy snow, not like fluffy stuff. So I got tired pretty quick, unfortunately. My EIB, or my exercise-induced bronchitis. Well, it's not bronchitis, it's something else. Basically, it's my exercise-induced asthma kicked in, and I just had to stop at some point because I just couldn't push any further. But you guys don't want to know all about that. So we're gonna hop up here to the Aether Plaza, and we're gonna go talk to the Moogle over here, because there's items here that I need to get that I have not been doing. I've been slacking a bit on this event. And I don't know if it actually says something along the lines of when the event ends. I think it was like a month long. Your characters are going to slowly load in because this is on my disk drive rather than my SSD. I don't have an SSD big enough to hold this game as well as others, so. And I don't mind a little loading if it's in like a town or something like that. It doesn't affect any of the other, like any of the combat stuff, so I'm not particularly minded. The Mogpendium. Oh, what was that? Let me see here. Week objectives. Okay, so week 2, it's doing the Royal Menagerie. Really? That's a interesting one to pick, but yeah, we can do that. That's easy enough. Week 2 is fishing, catch a glimmer scale, or do something Blue Mage related? Oh, shoot. Well, I don't know where you get a glimmer scale. I don't know if we'll be able to do that today. And then we still had our deep dungeon stuff, so, okay. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go through and we're going to figure out some things that we can get that will also give us some of this. Because I have 2 things I need to do. I need to do my Wondrous Tales, which is due Tuesday, I believe. When is it due? Yeah, the 11th. It's the 7th, so yeah. If I don't turn this in before Tuesday, I lose my progress on this. And 2 whole weeks wasted. Okay, that won't do me any good. So, let me see. So, raids. Okay, so look, yeah, the Royal Menagerie is also one that will give me 2 plus whatever's there. Okay, so that's fairly easy to do. And then we can also do category Eden's Promise. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this one here, Stormblood, the Royal Menagerie. Okay, so that one's on there. And then we wanted to grab it was Eden's Promise, right. Okay, so we're on to raids here. I'm in the wrong one. This is Endwalker. I need Shadowbringer. Eden's Promise. Yeah, so I think it was any one of these 3 we can grab. And then we have a 70 to 80, so let me pull up my list here of things I could work on. Oh, and we can do a lead quest today, too, so we'll do that. Need to update this. Okay, search by dungeon. I need to be 70 through 80. So any of these will do. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of throw these in. Well, I should probably do 80-something. So what was one I have not done in a while is the Hero's Gauntlet. I've not done that in a while. Nor have I done this one. Let's go back into the raid here, and we'll go turn off Eternity, and we will do that one as well. Okay. So we'll do that, and that will get us that stuff done. Yeah, and while we're waiting for that to line up and everything, then we can go do other stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we'll play Monk today. I played range for a couple last couple streams. I'll do melee today. So let's go into here. Activate that to join. What's our wait on? 5 minutes? We'll see how that goes. We're certainly going to get the Royal Menagerie, I'm pretty sure. So let's see. Okay, we're going to go warp down to... Oh, where do I go for... Now I need to look this up on the map, because I'm not positive. Yeah, it's in La Nasia, but which one goes to... Okay, so none of them go directly there. Yeah, we'll just warp. Last Saturday, I ended up getting all my crafting done for my culinarian. So now we just have to turn those in. Once those are done, we can then start doing stuff, the trade crafts and stuff for Stormblood, which will be interesting. I think that the drop-off for that is Kugane, I think? Which is one of my favorite cities. I like Kugane. Kugane is a cool-looking place. I'm gonna head over to my island really quick. I just realized I don't have Teamcraft on. So while we're loading this up... Get this set up here. Okay. Do the workshop agenda. Okay, what do we got? Looks like foodstuffs and concoctions. Okay. So foodstuffs. We're doing a boiled egg. Ah, I have no island laver. Shoot, gonna have to go get some. Then we're making the bouillabaisse. I swear, sometimes when I look at this stuff, I just go blind in a way that... Not really blind, but like I can't read stuff. Maybe like I just don't understand the letters or something. I don't know. Not dyslexic. That's a little different. Okay. And then in the next one... Okay, and then we're going to concoctions. Put in the powdered paprika. The growth formula. Copy that. Paste. Copy everything. Paste. 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 Okay. Okay, so we got that set up. Yeah, Felicitas has got some of those things done, but we don't need to worry about those yet. Okay, what do we need? 18 laver. Ugh. Collect this stuff. Here, talk to these guys. Good job, fellas. Keep up the good work. Okay, now to go get our stuff. go ahead and we'll head for the north coast this time. It's been a week, let's say that. It has been a week. I'll go all the way over here first. Grab these ones. I get so much island squid, and yet I think the only thing I've ever really used the squid for in my daily stuff is probably the squid ink. It's probably the only thing I ever use it for. It's really annoying, honestly. There's one back here. I always forget about this one, and then as I'm doing the rotation, it kind of throws me off a little bit because it won't appear after until I've picked up all the other ones first. One of these days, I need to make a list that I need to just check every week, more or less, on what I need to get, and then on a day that I don't play or stream, I just need to go gather everything up. So I don't have to do this. So I don't have to do this, you know, like the day or the week before. Okay, we're probably only 11, so I'm gonna have to do 2 of these. Here, let's grab a. Oh, what do you know? I got a water-based out of my rapid. Good. I like it when I do that, because they use the same animation for flying as swimming, except for a couple of very specific examples. So it's weird to be riding one of your birds or your horses underwater, but it looks great when you're using any of the more water-based mounts. Da 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 da. See, another case. I'm riding a giant dandelion, plume underwater. It's back here. I guess something else we could do today is that I need to finish up grabbing items from the latest 8-man. Now that I've been getting getting the jobs up to level 100, I kind of have to start grabbing the gear that is for level 100 stuff. So, Oh, there's a bunch of things we could do today. But I think our best options right now are to get some of the weekly time stuff done, so it's done and out of the way. Because after my stream today, I will probably go and start reviewing this week's stream and grabbing clips. I was able to figure out a way how to make the stream markers pop up, so I'm able to kind of say, okay, that was a funny moment or something, and I'm able to go find it far more easily, which should ease up my workload, at least finding highlights that I can turn into clips. And I really should do that. I really should go and transfer some of the highlights that I've made so far and turn them into clips and get them spread out. See if I can get some more, get that material out there so people can get an interest. Ah, we're playing Litany. All right. And what do you know? We just got enough labor that we're good with that. Okay, first fight. Playing against this, yeah, Shadowkeeper. Hit us with that Final Fantasy VIII music. Phantom Rush! Oh, it's not Phantom Rush. It's, is it? It's Tornado Kick at the moment. That's right, because I'm not level 90. I didn't watch. Where did he pull the giant sword from? Oh yeah, his hackles have kind of come up, and he. I love moves that have a dash mechanic of some sort. Be able to do a gap close. There we go. Sweet. I'll return. Okay, so we got that done. Ooh. Let's see, that's a 1, 2. Oh man, the whole thing just turned up. It just mirrored the whole thing. We'll call that good for time for now. I think those were raids. Turn those two off because I don't need to do them anymore. We still have the Royal Menagerie. We still have those. And we could do. Yeah, we could do 100. We could do a 100 today. Yeah, we could. Here, let's pull that back up again. We have some 70s we could also add to this as well. I don't know what I need to get out of the 70s. I'm gonna take a quick look here. Actually, what? We'll do this first. We're going to teleport to Foundation. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, so come here to Eloin. Aircraft times 10. And one that we have here... Oh, that's wrong selection. Here we are. 48. Quenching the Flame. I have the Rose of Spirits for it. Grab 10. We'll mark that off my list. We'll immediately turn it in. There we go. That's it for today. Okay, so let me look at some of these level 70s, because some of the level 70 dungeons are actually kind of cool, so... Okay, Gimlet Dark needs it, which is... yeah, that'll be fine. We could do the Burn, probably. Does the Burn have something? It's not. Okay. What about Swallow's Compass? Swallow's Compass is kind of fun. Nope. We spell that wrong. I have to do S apostrophe, not apostrophe S. Yeah, we gotta do that one. About Temple of the Fist. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so we'll throw on Temple of the Fist. And we'll do, yeah, I do Hell's Lid. As much as I don't like Hell's Lid, we can do it. Okay, so got that done. Now. Got a little bead of something in my eye. So I was able to get it. So we can make our way back to Limsa. Do I have anything I need to pull meld stuff from? Doesn't look like it. Good. We're gonna be waiting 10 minutes. Rather not be giving you guys 10 minutes of just twiddling our thumbs. Let's see what we can do instead. Let's sort that. Our shared fates. I guess we could work on Shaloni stuff. That wouldn't be bad. Oh, we could also do some... We might be able to do some trust runs, though. We could do that, but that also takes precedent over the duty finder stuff. So. Let me see here. Teleport us to... Shaloni. Okay. We'll see if anybody's running the fates. If they are, that's good. So then I can partner up with them and do more stuff. Okay, so no one's there. Someone's there at Raptor. Raptor run through. Oh, I'm on top of my capybara. We call it something different. It's I can't remember what it's called. It's some weird odd name that I can never remember. Yeah, I was barely there, so I didn't get a whole lot of progress there. One of these days, I need to get the quests done in this area. Oh, we're on menagerie. Just gonna finish up the bait here, so I get the There we go. Oh, it's my birdie. And the mounts are really cute in this game. Yes, it was a giant pig with floppy ear wings. Shinru! I've never liked you as a fight. At least it's easier than it used to be. We got to zoom out. When this came out, this was actually a fairly hard fight. People had trouble getting through it. Time for the ads. Oh, Lilith went right off that. To this corner now. Yep, we're having people die. They're falling off the edges. Protostar. There we go. Let's transcend this mortal coil. So he's grabbed us. Okay, I'm gonna do a little click-clack. You'll probably hear it. Free of the... Time to step this fight up a bit. Whoa! I'm probably dead. Not dead, but certainly took a smack. Okay, he's here. Get out of the way of the tail. It's a bunch of damage. Out of the way for that. I think this was the first trial that we'd had a boss that was using like all the elements, if I remember correctly. Tail. Ow. Stack up. A little defense here. Chakra smack. Boom. Okay. Sweet. Now that's done. Well done, well done, well done. All right. Over here. Okay, so we did that, so we can remove that fight from the thing now. Let's go ahead and add another fight in here. Do. Okay, we'll add that. Okay, so we're doing the last one that will give me 70 or 80 level dungeon. And that will finish up my Wondrous Tales, and then we can go through and start doing other stuff. Let's see. What do we have in the way of fights here? Okay, that one just finished up. That one has not started. Let's go over to that one then. Wow, that was fast. I wasn't expecting that quite so quickly. Either way, that's great. Normally when you're DPS, unless it's something that's done pretty consistently, like the latest raids or the top expert dungeons or something like that, it usually takes a little while for you to actually get like 3 minutes to get into a not at level dungeon. That's pretty rare, so I'm surprised to see that happen. Oh, there you are, Ghost. Yeah. Yep, we're decided to do some Moogle stuff today. Hopefully you can stay for some of the stream. Terrakitos is such an interesting looking boss. Look at that thing. All right, here we go. New group. Looks like he's going to grab the next little bit here. Yeah, I've only got 61 tomes at the moment. You've got 100 now, though? Oh, that's great. I just did the weekly, I did the Royal Menagerie. There's another weekly, but it requires me either doing Blue Mage stuff, which I have not done, or catching a glitter scale, which I have no idea where I'd go for that. So I'm gonna have to look that up on where to figure out where to get the glitter scale. So I still need to do the single event one, which was doing, I think it's Heaven on High, getting to level 50. Hello, Trag. Please come in. I'm doing pretty good. You might have heard me talking about how it snowed a few inches overnight, so had to shovel that out and got me tired. But otherwise, I'm feeling good. Probably halfway through the stream, I'll need to take a small break and eat something, because I didn't really have an appetite to eat like a lunch or something. Probably break out that hummus that I got with my groceries and eat a little bit of it. Oh, it's okay. Okay, go to Western Thonlon, Nafiko Wells. Okay. Is there a specific bait you use to get the glitter scale, or because it looked like it was a rare catch, so. Butterworm. Okay, that's easy. I think I have butterworm. If not, I can go get some. Oh, this is Final Fantasy XIV, Trag. Read by Siggy. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I think that's the first time you ever... Yeah. I'll need to go look up that. I'll need to go look up that video of how to get that fish. Then. Oh shoot! Ah! Oh, you have someone in the chat who's a big fan of Ghost of Tsushima. Chum, surface slap, and the rest. Gotcha. I'm not paying a whole lot of attention to the other guy that's showing up. Jeez. Oh, this fight's been changed? This one? Specifically? I wonder if... They might have changed it for... to make it a little easier for in terms of trust runs. I know they've gone through and done for like all the content for that. No, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV for about 10 years on and off, and their latest patch is going to come out. So what they do when patches start coming out is they when it's a when it's a big patch, when it's a point X rather than a point something a point X5 patch. So we're going to get 7.3 beginning of April, I think, or towards the end of March here. They will do something called a Moogle event. You go and do certain content, and you'll get these currencies here. They're different names and stuff. Yeah. And then you can trade those in for stuff that you normally would have to go grind activities for us. You can get mounts, you can get certain kinds of raid gear, all of it more for a lot more for the glamour kind of side of it, as opposed to like current content. But it always brings back a lot of people to play the game, usually. Because there are people that will come, it's just Mike, welcome in. Please, come talk with us if you'd like. Or lurk, we don't mind. No, Ghost of Tsushima and I have known each other through the Final Fantasy 14 community. I think we're just in one Discord together, but yeah. The opinion on Monk now, I kind of like it, because originally it took a little getting used to, because I didn't quite understand what it was doing with the animal stuff. But I've gotten into it now, and I feel like it makes more sense. There's still a couple things that I don't understand what they're for, like form shift. I rarely use it, but in terms of kind of making kind of regulating certain kinds of positional attacks and stuff, I think it's great. It does kind of play more into the actual Monk styling that, Sabin from FF6 has, Not to mention that you actually do some of the moves that he does. So Phantom Rush, Phoenix Dance. Because rather than alternating between back and flank, you do flank twice and you do back once. So it allows you to kind of stay on one side of it. Now, the way the jobs are right now, I think a lot of them are doing really well. Just kind of gaining the essence of the job that they used to be, where they're kind of inspired from. Monk was kind of always a little because you just rotated through it. It was just kind of dull. It was a very simple rotation thing. Now it's a little bit more complex, but it also is just as easy to get into it. Oh, do you know what? I have not eaten any food. Oh my gosh. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I find it odd when they change certain jobs, unless I'm really intimate with the job specifically. I find it hard to say. It's like, okay, they dropped the potency on this attack by 100 points or added it by 50. It's like, I don't even know what the numbers normally hit at. I'm not one who looks at the numbers and goes like, oh, okay, I'm actually hitting for a lot harder. Unless it's some giant mix of like a remake or a redo or something, kind of like what they did with Machinist. Machinist got reworked a little bit. I don't really notice all that stuff. But I guess that's more meta. That's more the meta kind of buildings, like doing the rotations, getting the absolute maximum out of the job. That's where that benefits. But for the most part, I don't really notice stuff like that, unless it's really, really obvious. I think it did change when Viper came out, because you remember how Viper came out? And originally you had to do one of the, well, I don't know if you played Viper, that's the thing. Viper originally had a debuff on it that, kind of like what Reaper has, you had to put out a DPS thing that would give the enemy like a almost like a bleed, but it was only effective for only the Reaper got affected by it or something. So it's kind of like Reaper's buff that makes it so then the Reaper does 10% more damage with their attacks. And I think they and then they did a patch after I think a month or something that was supposed to fix some bugs and stuff, and they actually removed that. They actually removed that, so then Viper doesn't have that anymore, which I thought was okay. I'm all for putting an enemy buff on if it's something that can be easily applied with like a single button, but the way Viper's attacks work, it's kind of hard to make sure that you're always applying that debuff properly and always keeping it up. It has been interesting though, yeah. Yeah, so Pictomancer I have not gotten to like a proper rotation with. Yeah, well, the problem is that when balancing jobs like this, you have to look at, okay, and they have, of course, they have all this data that they can pull from server stuff, from, like player usage and stuff like that. They can pull all that information, and that's where they get a lot of this, all these changes. They're looking at what jobs are being used most right now, and why are they being used the most. Red Mage has always been a great pick because it has the ability to be a backup as an auxiliary raised machine, as well as a potential pocket heal. Even though it's not that good at pocket heals, it can do like small heals if you really need something. But I will admit that I have recently kind of fallen out with Red Mage because it feels kind of boring now. You level things up, then you rush in, you do your damage, and then you jump back out, and you just kind of do the same. It gets kind of dull that way, and I've never been a big mage person. I have, funnily enough, gotten a little bit more interested in Black Mage, even though I'm still not good at it. That is probably the most multitasky job that you can play in this game, honestly. No, Red Mage was really powerful. They're having to take the idea of, this is a job that can raise really effectively, and they're having to counterman that with the damage that it does, because you don't want to, in a game like this, you really don't want to try and profile and sideline your job into being specifically one good thing. Yeah, and the thing is that I think it's the AoE that's kind of boring. I think that's the biggest problem, is that they've gotten since they transferred through Shadowbringer to making more AoE stuff during dungeons and things, a lot more jobs have gotten more interesting with it. Oh, hang on a second. He's asking for questions. Pick up the orders quickly. Is there anything else he needs to know? No, I think that's good. Black Mage can be fun in kind of mid-tier stuff if you're playing at least level 50 to probably 80, I think, because a lot more jobs get to the point of later on, a lot more of the content is you are running around, getting back and forth. Yeah, you're having to run around and dodge a lot of things. Kind of hard for Black Mage to do that, because it's very much a sit in one place and blast the enemy. There's some people who are really good at Black Mage, and good on them, but I struggle with that, because you have to get to the point where you actually don't have to count out. It's like, okay, I've done 2 spell casts now. Where am I sitting? I have to keep my Enochian up. So it's like, okay, if I do this, well, now I have to move because I can't cast that off. I have to dodge something. So it's probably one of the most technical jobs in the game to play, if I had to guess. It could be. This is also an interesting note, because they balance the jobs out based on being at 100. If you've noticed, if you look at a lot of the jobs, they have spread out the abilities and things that you get by wide margins. If you look at something, I think it was Dragoon I was looking at. You go for like a dozen levels without getting any like new traits or anything like that at some point. And I understand the point of that. They're trying to elongate so that you're not getting tons of these points and stuff, but so you're not getting all these actions and things like all the time. But it feels weird that as they keep going, they can only give us so many attacks and stuff because they're now running out of places to put items on the hotbar. Now we're seeing the limitation of how many hotbars we have, because we used to use the 3 for combat. But the issue we're seeing now is that, and you probably saw it for this one, we had some updates for job stuff, but they were starting to update like earlier attacks and things. They're updating those. They're also buffing all of the job specific role, the role abilities. Bar has always been an interesting job for me personally, because I think when I actually had originally was doing raids back at level 50 with no, Quetzalcoatl, you don't get to have those. Give them back. Down you go. Yeah, I'm playing monk. Can you not see? And I kind of wonder why. It's interesting because as I've been playing through the jobs, I'm seeing the upgrades being done. Now they're making it so then whenever you use your, when you use certain abilities that you normally wouldn't touch unless you were fighting a boss, they've made it so then there's an AoE attack hidden behind it, which makes it slightly superfluous. I am not one one punch man. Though that would be hilarious. What punch? And then you do Final Heaven or something. That was quick. I didn't expect to get that quite so quickly. So cool. Okay, so we got that done. Ooh, let's see what they got in the way of farms and stuff going. Okay, so Everkeep, which I'm not up to. I could do Dancing Plague and try and get that. Did I finish up the Abyssal Fracture? I'm pretty sure I did. Abyssal Fracture is Zodiark, I think. Is it Zodiark? Or is it, No, it's Xenomas. Xenomas. No, so the jobs that I have mained, for the most part, for the longest time, I was Summoner. Because we actually could solo with our pets, and then they changed stuff. Oh, don't be one of those. So funnily enough, when I joined, Balmung did not have the reputation that it has now. I picked it because, oddly enough, one of my college professors actually told me about the game. Because I think I had heard him talking between projects that he was playing Final Fantasy 14. I was like, I played 11. What's 14 like? He said, I've been enjoying it a lot. He did a lot of roleplay stuff. Young guy. He was probably... Lies? Oh, well, okay. Maybe the reputation was there and I just wasn't aware of it. I don't know. But nowadays, people go like, well, oh, you're on Balmung. You're just goofing around all day. It's like, no, there are people who don't just goof around all day on Balmung. All you crazy degenerates are the ones who are coming to Balmung. Why don't you stay on yours and have your own little conclave in Ul'dah or something like that? Well, that would be even worse because then I wouldn't want to go to Ul'dah on any server. Anyway. No, for the longest time I played Summoner. So I started the game with Dragoon. I started with Dragoon because I really like Dragoon. Dragoon has been one of my favorite classes in Final Fantasy, period. And then when I changed to Summoner, when they started changing these up, so I did that for Heaven's Word. Oh, pardon me. I then was getting into Dark Knight, I think. I've always had Paladin as kind of one. Though I touch... Okay, fine. When Samurai came out, Samurai's another one that I've been really big into. So I really enjoyed playing Samurai because it had a lot of potential, and I loved how they built it. I believe one of the things that I said at the time is that when I was playing Samurai and actually learning it, I said, okay, whoever came up with the design for this job needs to get a pay raise because it was just so well done. The fact that you're able to actually sustain yourself a little bit while you're fighting things one-on-one was great. Summer I've liked, but it always felt kind of odd because it did kind of a bunch of different things. And when Endwalker came out, they ended up changing it to be more Summoner-like. You're constantly summoning things, which made it make a lot more sense. I do wish that they made it so then Carbuncle did something. The only thing he actively is part of is when he uses the shield. Or lower levels when you actually do your release and you're actually using Carbuncle as kind of like your power up. But it's odd at times when I look back to like, here's what the jobs used to do and here's what the jobs do now. There were jobs that used to do odd AoE stuff that's still in the game, but you don't use it on your characters. The NPCs use it. I just realized that I use a lot when I'm on camera. Oh yeah, that was the one thing. Well, and it's been interesting with Summoner because they're trying to differentiate between the two. I don't know if they still have plans to actually split them off. I don't know if they're going to get rid of the classes still. I heard that was a thing that they were trying to do. They want to get rid of classes because you've seen they've done nothing but put out jobs since Stormblood, I think. And I do miss the miasma that could spread to everything. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. When you look at all the mages between what they all do, Black Mage and Pictomancer do big amounts of damage. Pictomancer by far, but it's also a new job, so it's overpowered so that people are happy with it. But all the other mages seem kind of lackluster, and even though they're still good, they're still not quite on the same tier as Black Mage or Pictomancer. And unfortunately, once again, it's a balance thing. It's very much a idea of, okay, if we're going to give a job a lot of mobility, like the ranged characters, we're going to have to do a little less damage because they have so much mobility. They can attack from great distance, and they can move around while they attack. as opposed to the melees who have to be up close to the enemy. They have a large majority of them still have to do positionals, which I kind of wish they would get rid of. Positionals are kind of annoying, but I also understand the point of the positionals. The fact that they made it so then just that only the ending attack for the positionals is the one that requires the positional, I think is better. Because now you have people who had to run around, and they had to stay on that side for that part of the rotation, and then they had to get in the back, so yeah. Oh, you're not a fan of Sage? Really? I actually like Sage. Now, the funny thing is that out of all 3 roles, healing is my worst. Healing is my worst role. But for some reason, I was able to get into Sage fairly easily. Now, it's harder to do Sage at some points because you get people doing these giant pulls, and now I'm popping off everything that you do. Yeah. For dungeon, it sucks. Yeah. I think the biggest problem is because you start using up your MP a lot more than you can, and to the point we're at the point now that Sage, you put a shield on your tank and it vanishes in a hit. That's not helpful. Okay, let's see here. I was gonna do a swap here, I think. We're gonna do a level 100 thing. I still have yet to do this for this job here, so. I think that's the biggest issue, is that the shield, if you're going to have a mitigation healer, make sure that the mitigation actually will last for a little bit, because they have this stuff on 30-second or 60-second rotation, and yet it's something that vanishes within 5 seconds. That's kind of hard to keep someone alive. I understand that the tank can do their own mitigation, but for just casual content, that seems like it needs to be either a little stronger or it needs to be reworked. We're going to switch around, and we're going to go after something a little higher up. For lower, well, and here's the thing, is that oddly enough, it's an interesting dichotomy with Sage, because when you're fighting a boss, you can keep healing the party healed pretty easily, unless it's the higher level where they just keep spamming AoE stuff like the killer rabbit at the end of this dungeon. Otherwise, you're actually running out of MP faster because you're constantly attacking, and you're keeping your tank healed up pretty easily. But then you have to make sure that you're using all your other stuff, even though you don't really need to get the MP back. It's the trash pulls that are the biggest problem, in my opinion, for Sage, because you can very much overwhelm your healer. Not because they're running out of MP, but because they can't spit out their actions fast enough. The global cooldown is actually a little bit of an enemy. At least it feels like to me. Well, that's sort of an attitude thing, as opposed to I feel like there's a difference between healers that won't heal as opposed to healers that are trying to heal and they're actually being bottlenecked by the system. Because a white mage, if you really have to have a white mage can really pump out heals pretty good, but that's kind of always been their MO. When you're coming up with a new healer, you have to kind of try to articulate how to do good healing stuff. If it's a region heal or something, you have to make sure that region is constantly up, and then you still have to make sure you do proper mitigation, because if you're getting more damage in than you're putting heals out, at some point you will lose. And that is just a fact. I think the problem I have with the healing in this game is that. Oh, that would be amazing. A raid white Asuna would be amazing. I think the major problem is with that is you would just use that for whatever. Well, of course, they could just make it have a longer cooldown, so you'd only use it at certain times. But they've never. The occasions when you had to do multiple Asunas is that if your party gets hit by an AoE that gives you like paralysis or damage down or something, but for the most part, the stuff that hits you like that, it's stuff that everybody should be dodging anyway. I do remember back in the days. Do you remember when we had Protect and Stone Skin in the game? I thought Protect should have stayed in the game, personally. Stone Skin was something that never got reapplied after a fight, so it felt kind of superfluous. But the fact that you could put Protect on, and Protect would stay for 20 minutes or something and give you some defense, they might have removed it because it was just a spot being filled up, and you can still kind of see it when you parry stuff. Yeah, well, on that one, it's either comfort or soothe. I think it's comfort. I think they moved away from that stuff because it was never telegraphed to the player like you need to do this to remove it. If it was in like a side quest that people probably just sped through and never actually worked out to do. And the fact that it's only in like 2 dungeons kind of tells you like, yeah, they're not going to play with this anymore. Yeah, when I was playing, glamour wasn't even a thing yet. They didn't even have glamour prisms and stuff. Yeah. Well, and that was something that they fixed recently with the novice stuff, because you get in there and you learn the very basics of dungeon fighting, but you wouldn't learn all of the like new stacks up and stuff. So they actually addressed that in the last patch, where they will actually say like, here's what a spread is supposed to look like. Here's what a group stack is supposed to look like. Because you'd get here's what a knockback AoE looks like for the most part, and they're trying to come up with a standard of like, we want to telegraph what these things do to you, so then when you see it, you know exactly how to treat it. Because there was never learning any of the blue disc knockbacks. There was never any way to tell that's what you were supposed to do. Because something they do in this game is that they'll introduce something into the newest Trials or Alliance raids, and then later on it will show up in a dungeon. It'll show up in like main dungeons. Like, I don't know if it's a full expansion, but several patches later they will have that show up. Yeah, precisely. It's something that you very much want to delegate to your players. Like, this is the gimmick that we've made. Here's how you get around that gimmick by looking at it and interacting appropriately. Well, yeah, of course it's going to be important. It's going to be in the game. Well, okay. Well, now let us, as experts at playing the game. Geometrical stuff. Yeah. Well, it's also gotten to the point where they've taken more of the raid stuff and they've made it less anticipatory. They've made it so then stuff will pop up at much quicker, to the point of like you have to understand what this mechanic is going to be, because by the time the telegraph pops up, it's less than a second and then it immediately triggers. So it's far more this idea of like you really actually have to pay attention rather than just avoid the glowy orange, you know. Which I can certainly appreciate. It makes it far more, what's the word I'm thinking of? Rather than reactionary, it's far more proactive. Well, and they'd already been kind of exploring with this, because if you looked at some of the previous, some of the earlier dungeons, they were already making so certain enemies already did zero telegraphing. If you look at, do you remember in favorite dungeon in Dawn Trail so far? Ooh, that's a question. I actually need to think back a little bit, because I've been going through and getting trust leveled up, but I haven't touched it a little bit because all my trust got to 97, and only a couple of my jobs are at 97. I know which one that I probably dislike the least. It's that haunted boardwalk map. The boss fights in that are so bullcrap. I'm trying to think, because I actually need to have like a reference of what the dungeons actually look like. Yeah, I was going to say, there's certain dungeons that everybody just doesn't like because they did a poor job on the hitboxing, or the mechanics are weird, or something. For Dawn Trail, unfortunately, I still haven't got the names down for them. Let's see, the dungeon, and unfortunately I can't look them up, so you'll have to tell me the names. The second dungeon where you're climbing the mountain, it's Warcore something. That one's pretty decent. It's got a lot of pretty environments. The enemies are spaced out and fairly varied. The last note is interesting, but it's just okay. The first one's kind of annoying because I had to do that a bunch. I'm trying to remember what the other dungeons are at this point. Yeah, and then is Vanguard the fourth one? Is that the 97 level one? Vanguard? Because I think that's Vanguard. And that one's kind of interesting. That gives you some interesting it gives some interesting telegraphs with the bosses. And then it's Orogenics for the 89, I think? Unfortunately, I don't remember what it was like, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the fights are rough. The story so far has been interesting. I like that we were actually went to the New World, because the first time we found out about the New World was when Blue Mage was released, because it came from the New World. And that's all we knew about it. We just knew that the Blue Mage originated from there. Yeah, Tender Valley's good. Tender Valley is a fun one. I think Tender Valley is probably one of my favorite dungeons for Dawn Trail itself. I will admit that, just like everybody else, I have found Dawn Trail to be kind of odd, but I understand that it's hard to keep rewriting us as the main person when we're getting so powerful. You know, it's weird when we get to level 96 and we're now in Shaloni and we're fighting bandits for the main story quest and stuff, and it's like, who is this person? Kill this guy. It's like, dude, do you know who we are? I do find it odd that the very futuristic cyberpunk kind of styling of the game has gotten weird for me, because it never felt particularly fantasy enough, if that makes sense. I mean, we have Final Fantasies where there's tech, where there's tech and stuff, even in this game, but the Allegan tech was kind of unique, but it was far more like future science stuff as opposed to just straight up cyberpunk with implants, you know. So it hasn't quite felt hasn't filled the same kind of vibe that I would see from some of the previous industry stuff. Well, yeah, but you also love cyberpunk. Come on, you can't rationalize that. Now, I do like some of the aspects of it, the controlling of souls and doing the beast soul stuff is good. But just looking over the series, I mean, I haven't played all the Final Fantasies, but I know enough that any tech that's in there has always been very science-induced. And cyberpunk feels like it's the cyberpunk aesthetic feels like it's catching the cyberpunk vibe that everybody was trying to recapture, if that makes sense. It feels like it's more chasing a trend rather than finding something more homegrown for Final Fantasy itself. Now, having said that, I have not played all the Final Fantasies. I think there's some tech in 12 and 13 that I have not experienced, so it could be kind of following more in that footstep. But when I think Final Fantasy, I don't think those. I think of the old actual fantasy games from 4 and 6, you know, different branches of magic, different echelons of combat, and all the different jobs and stuff. Though, once again, I also have to put in the form. I don't mind them trying something new, and I feel like this is something they had to try doing very new. And I feel like they're now comfortable enough as a company, at least in terms of revenue, for Final Fantasy specifically, that they're willing to experiment some more. Because when they did Final Fantasy 2.0, they were trying to recover the game. The game launched poorly. It was badly optimized. It did not do well considering it was playing like the old archaic 11. Yeah, and I feel, and unfortunately, this is something that happened with the MCU, and I'm likening it as such because when the MCU happened, they did Endgame, they did the Infinity Gauntlet, stuff like that. Everything was building up to that, and it just kept building, you know. And it came out to this giant finale, and we kind of, and you know, and it was also like a decade long build up to the end of the overarching plot. And for Final Fantasy, it was the same kind of thing. So, was it absolutely perfect? Was it a masterpiece? No, I felt the dynamic stuff was a little odd because we fight the big bad we've been fearful and wanting to see as the first trial. Okay, what do we do for the next 7 levels, you know? So, even though it was this huge payoff at the end of 6.0, and then they had to go at the end of 6.3, I think, because I think that's the patch where they usually finish up the main story thing, and then they would go on to the transcendental. I can't think what the word is. And then thinking of the other content that is kind of a split off from the main story, but is still using. No, it's something. The word I'm thinking of is adjacent. It's a word that's similar, like adjacent. It's evolving from something adjacent. I can't think of what the word is. Kind of a continuation. It's because, think about it, every time we've done the main story stuff, I was talking about Zodiac and the Ascians and everything like that, that all kind of stopped and only got teased a little bit at the end cutscenes of every big patch. If you think about it. But then we would be working on stuff like, okay, so we went to, you know, what was the content that came from the story of Shadowbringers, for example, you had people, you had the Ascians, you had Diablos and learning more about them in the main story plot, but then the main story shifted over to how do we deal with the tempering that everybody the tempering and the understanding principles of Aether and stuff. That has nothing to do with Ascians, but it was something that had been talked about in the story. So we're always got this main story point, and we have these points that kind of slide off of the beaten path, but are still relevant to the story and in world building, if that makes any sense. So considering everything that we've talked about of how this content has been coming out, you can kind of see where people were going. It's like, we can't have you be the main character anymore because you're too strong to be the main character. So we're going to make it to turn into something else. So my guessing is for the next bit of expansions, it's going to be us being explorers now, exploring the different pieces of content that got alluded to us at the end of Endwalker by Emmett Selk. So if I had to guess, we will actually travel in the next expansion. We will probably go to one of the giant continents in the south. That was, is it the Land of Dragons, I think? The place where dragons originally originated before they shifted and moved. Because they came from the Dragon Star to here to escape Omega, and then they ended up settling in one of the big southern colonies, southern Mericidia, I think. So if I had to guess, that's where we'll go next, is Mericidia. Oh no, I might have to watch that cutscene back to actually, because I remember that when we came to Dawntrail and we, like, have you been to the New World or anything like that? Have you been across the Great Salt? I think is kind of along the lines of what he said. And we ended up going there. So I feel like now they're exploring locations of, okay, where else on Eorzea have we not been? Because now we've been to the far west, we've been to the far east, but we haven't been to every part of the far east. We've been to chunks of it. We've been to the north, which was Garabania. Well, not Garabania. It was Ilsabard. And take it easy. I think that's this one. We're not the world-saving heroes anymore. We're the. I mean, come on. We've gone to Eorzea Espanol, basically. And we've gotten a giant island sanctuary as part of the expansion. Come on. Dude, I just work here. Yeah. That's kind of what it feels like. I feel like that's what's going to be it. Well, so, interestingly enough, back when Shadowbringers was going to come out, there was speculation we were going to go to the first, right? We're on the source. We're going to go to the first. And my expectation at the time is that each expansion, we were going to go to each of the aspects that was still around. So the 13th would be the ultimate one that we'd be going to. We went to the first one. So I was expecting that we had known that we had the split off from we had the severing or whatever it's called. We'd had the split where we had the 13 aspects plus the source, including the source. I think that was the case. So it was 14 shards, and we lost all of them by each of the umbral ages. We had a calamity of some sort, aspected by the ether of some sort. So we had a handful of sections left. We were going to go to the first, and then we could go to 3 or 4 of the other ones with the equivalent of what it would have been like in Shadowbringers. And then at some point we would go to the 13th, the World of Darkness, and fight Zodiark. Now, it didn't really happen that way. We ended up going to the 13th in Endwalker, and it was kind of its own instance thing, and it wasn't an entire expansion. Yeah. Yeah, so Cryo could meet her parents. Now, I don't think that was... I think that was intentional because we knew very little about Cryo. Because we know a large majority of the Scions already. We already know their backstory. We knew Minfilia's, because she was in 1.0. We knew... we've known Urianger, and Urianger kind of had his thing. We know about the twins. I can't remember his name now. We knew about Cryo. Cryo was introduced to us in Heavensward, halfway through Heavensward, I believe. We knew about Y'shtola, and we've had more of that. Oh, Thancred, thank you. See, I'm not even 40, and I'm already losing names. Thancred, we kind of knew his story, because he kind of became adopted brother to Minfilia. So we known about all these characters, but Cryo was the only one that yeah. You want to call him Ford? Why Ford? Does he look like a Ford, or are you just attaching him to a name? Because that's interesting. I wonder why you're thinking Ford if he's reminding you of another character somewhere. No, but we've gotten this whole history, but we didn't get anything about Cryo, so we need to have something about Cryo. You already got that expansion. It's called the Island Sanctuary. Well, and we also have to look at the different kind of cultures that have been shown in the games too, because if you look at each expansion, it kind of reaches to a culture. Well, no, and we could get more like a tropical island thing, though we did kind of get that with Endwalker with the Aloha Island criterion, but that's not the same thing. And so I'm also thinking the other cultures that we could potentially do. So when we did Heavensward, it was very kind of a Catholic castle, kind of almost like an England, kind of like a medieval England kind of setup. Stormblood was both Japanese themed, as well as I don't know, what would you place Garibania as? Anyway, we got Shadowbringers, which kind of was a technological as well as it was kind of its own blend thing, because it was kind of a reverse of everything that we knew about. Light was bad and darkness was good. Endwalker was a continuation of the culture that we already had, but that also included the region where Razat Han is, all the Hanish. So that was all Indian styled, Indonesian styled, as well as some additionals in terms of Aloha, the Alohan Island Criterion Dungeon. So that was tropical, kind of the same area though. And then we came to Dawn Trail. We've come to kind of a Spanish, South American kind of vibe. So what have we not touched in terms of culture that could be used? I'm thinking we could have something kind of Hawaii. It could be like Pan-Pacific. So you're thinking like American Samoa, Islander kind of stuff. It could be kind of Italian. No, I could see that. It could be kind of, yeah. No, that makes sense, because we kind of already have. If you do, because if you took a look at, yeah, because if you look at the setup for the 3 original areas, not including Mordona, if you took a look at if you took a look at Lim's La Nasia, that's kind of like French Riviera kind of areas. If you go to the Black Shroud, that's a little bit more Germany style. I think it's a lot of forestry, kind of like heavy forest areas. I don't know if that's particularly. I mean, it's just kind of forest zone. That's kind of typical. But if you went to Ul'dah, it was a little bit more Middle East, styled. So you could have. Oh, Nordic, yeah. Well, you could kind of include Heavensward into that, but not entirely. But I think you could go with that because there are a lot of green, beautiful places, high zones in kind of Nordic areas. You have a lot of thermal energy and stuff like that. So maybe, no. But I'm thinking stuff like we could do far more African-styled things. So if I had to guess. And I'm going to make a prediction on this. If we do go to Greater Mericidia in the next expansion, it's going to be Africa themed. Because we do have a little bit of Savannah stuff in the game, but Savannas are kind of generic all around. But yeah, so we could do like American Samoa, we could do like Pacific Islanders. We could do something African related, which could go a bunch of different locations. Because we could do something Egyptian related. We could do something kind of more like safari kind of styled. Where else could we go? We could go to specific places in China. Because or the Philippines or something like that, because that's all different cultures as well. Because we only did Japan, we didn't really touch on China, and we really haven't touched on like Taiwan or Korea or any of those places. So that could be interesting. I think the problem is that them coming up with whole regions that are only going to come up with the full released expansions as 8.0, 9.0, 10.0. But we're never going to get a big expansion as a sub place, yeah. West Virginia, home to mama, take me home, Eorzean roads. Give me a second here. I am starting to cook in this room. Let me turn my fan on. Okay. What, do you not like my sultry singing? Come on. Okay, need to figure out something to do. So I did Wondrous Tales. I keep running a couple dungeons. Yeah, let's see if we can go actually run into somebody. Oh yeah, a bunch of things ended up triggering. People, you're both lovely. We can be friends now, right? Yeah. I think what we're gonna go do now is we're probably gonna go off and try and do the. See if we can get to level 50 for. You want a waffle? Oh, for me? You know, as a kid, we used to have, when we'd have waffles, but we'd always make a large batch so we didn't eat all of them. And we would freeze the rest, and then we would often go and grab the waffles, still frozen, and we would carefully eat them because we didn't want to hurt our teeth. Haven't done that in a long time. Okay. I think my mind's made up. We are going to go over to... where is it? I think it's Onokoro. I think we're going to go try and do the event-specific one, which is getting to level 50, I think? Now, what job do I want to have for this? I'll grab Reaper, that's fine. I haven't done it in a long time either. Enter Heaven on High. Wow, I was playing on my Scholar at some point. Okay, well, we need to reset progress at some point. Yep, I'm aware. Enter with a matched party. And we're going to start on floor 21. We'll see how this goes. While we're here, I'm in the area. Let's go ahead and turn some stuff in. Clearly someone's gonna have to make waffles tonight. Waffles have breakfast. Actually, wouldn't be too bad. I don't have the ingredients to make breakfast though. Oh, very helpful. Yeah, sure. Yeah, don't die. I remember, you know, that's one of the most annoying things that you could ever tell somebody who's got like a group doing like hard piece of content. It's like, here's my number one piece of advice: don't die. It's like, and now I just want to bop you over the head. Pardon me. Yeah, breathing usually helps. Yeah, that's usually a good thing to do. I mean, if they say it first, I'll gladly bop somebody. Ghost just wanting to tighten that leash, I'm sure. Though, Siggy, that does mean that that does infer that you never behave. And you never have behaved, because this would be the first time you've behaved. Just saying. Yeah, I can tell that she's been a little bit of a mess. Anyway. Unfortunately, this is the time this is the problem I have with streaming this game, is that as of right now, I'm just waiting on a timer and I hate to do that. Because when I'm streaming, I want to make sure that people have something to watch. It's boring for me to just sit there. Oh, do you remember this jump puzzle in Kugane? You had to land on, like, you had to land on this lamppost or something. Do you remember that? I remember that was so horrible at times. Yeah, I remember not enjoying it at all. Oh. Anyway. There's so much content that I have to sink time into, and I just don't know when I'm going to get around to doing it. All the deep dungeons. Finishing up all Eureka. And then Baja. Oy. Well, the thing is that I'm not one of those people now that will sink their time into a game that has repetitious content in it. It's different than, you know, when I'm playing Lego Star Wars, because at some point that's going to end. And secondly, I'm jumping between planet to planet. I'm not playing one planet over and over and over again. But trying to get any of the stuff done for any of the deep dungeons is going to be long and tedious. Finishing up stuff in Eureka is going to be long and tedious. And the problem is that I have to take breaks from doing that. Oddly enough, I was the other way around. I liked Baja more than Eureka. But I think it's because they also try to simplify things down a little bit. Because Baja really is just Eureka 2.0. For the most part. The problem is that I have to take breaks from that content, but everybody else who's doing it at the time is cranking away at it, and at some point they'll finish it, or as much as they want to do, and then they will never do it again. So the population of doing it actually shrinks, meaning that it's a lot harder to get that stuff done. Actually, I did not look up if there was a party finder. Nope. There is one for deep dungeons, and it's just not there. I am kind of glad that I've actually started diversifying what I play, so I can kind of have a little bit of a palate cleanse every day. So I'll come in here and I'll set things up for my sanctuary, because I need to get the calories. Well, no, I don't really need the calories, but I need the vegetable tokens, whatever the vegetable vouchers, so I can finish up getting everything for sanctuary. But then I'll go off and play other stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, just looking at all the different games that I have available to me, it's interesting to see what goes on. Well, it's very much, I want to avoid burning myself out, because I've realized that I will burn myself out. I get into these games, I get really interested, and then I want to do everything at once, to the point where I actually burn myself out and I don't want to play the game anymore. That happened with Warframe twice. I haven't touched Warframe since. That happened with Destiny a little bit, but that's more on the terms of what Destiny has been doing as content, as well as the studio having scandals and stuff like that with their CEOs and stuff. It's kind of turned me off from playing Destiny. Though I played some today. At some point, I will go back and I'll just finish up Destiny and be done with it for good. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting. Well, and it's interesting with books because depending on your taste and stuff, you can actually get into being, reading lots of different stuff. But yeah. No, of course, I'll take care of myself. No, please, thank you for showing up for a little bit and let people know that I do this. I want more people to show up and just chat with me. People who like Final Fantasy, people who like games in general, all that stuff. So, don't be afraid to drop a hint. Oh, what to do while I'm waiting for this to go? Because now we're waiting for 26 minutes. That's even worse. I wonder, though... I could probably put up a party finder and we'd do better. Maybe? Okay, talk to you later, Ghost. I really appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, please do, Siggy. But thanks for joining in. No, I appreciate anybody who comes by and is willing to talk with me. Seriously, about anything. Q&A could be anything in the background for this. Not just Final Fantasy, any game. So. Yeah, I will need to eat something, and that might be something to do while I'm waiting for a queue to happen. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to teleport back to Limsa Lominsa, and I'm going to set up a party finder for Heaven on High, because we probably will need to have a proper party to actually do that. Yes, let's go ahead and start a party finder up. Recruit party. We're going to do... Deep Dungeon is going to be duty completion. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did do a cap. Weird. Heaven on High, level 50, Moogle event. Yeah, let's do tank specific, healer specific. Oh, that's the wrong one. Edit. Oh, now I have to just now I just have to get rid of this. Start a new one. I don't want Orthos, I want to have it on high. Okay. ask people in my... I put out a thing on my free company, see if anything happens. I don't know if anything will. We can also see if anybody's doing something for... Everkeep, Abyssal Fracture. Ooh, somebody's doing Sophia, Synced, and Blind. Huh. That's interesting to see. I wonder... No. She's already been done for the Unreal. Never mind. Yeah, that wouldn't be the reason. Maybe they're doing it for funsies. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go get a little bit of food. So I will be right back in a few minutes here. And we'll see how this party finder is looking. If we don't get any traction in a little bit, we will change over and we'll do something different. Anyway, be back in a few minutes. All right. Well, one of my FC, Visa, ended up showing up, so. Hi, Visa. We're going to start from floor 21 and try and get to 50. I don't want to try and do 1 through 50 the entire time. That's going to be a little rough. Been so long since I've done this content. Anyway. Sweet. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to go ahead and do a change then. I'd rather we had a healer. I'll throw in my Sage. Sage might be fun. Okay, so it seems like I think we have to have a free slot. Everybody has to have a free slot to be able to go in. That makes sense because we're going in with a fixed party. Okay, so I haven't really explained this to anybody for the stream. This is Heaven on High. This is the second deep dungeon. So deep dungeons are randomly generated content that they added a while back, and this is the second one. The first one was called oh, what was the first one called? I can't remember. There we go. Basically, you go in here and you can pick up random items and stuff. And if you die, you have to drop down to the... Yeah, you have to jump it by levels of 10. Yeah, neither have I. I hope we can remember how to play this. So this has its own content. So you see how everybody has an interesting looking weapon right now. These are the Empyrean weapons. So in here, the content of the character here is how it's based differently. So our weapon and our gear has certain levels to it. So we're all synced to level 70, but the gear that we have is based on. So I have a level 15 weapon and a level 8 piece of gear, and everybody else could have different levels to it. But it's basically how much damage you're doing. It's an additive buff. I think 99 is the highest it goes to. Auto heal disabled. Ah, dear. Okay. Yeah, so we have ads now. So we have additional enemies that are going to show up in this. The reason why I want to do this is that we only have to do it the one time, if we're lucky. Oh, he's just turned into a little otter with a hat. Oh, he's so cute. But this will give us 50 tombstones. So the last time I did, it was Palace of the Dead. Palace of the Dead was the first. Heaven on High is the second one. And then they did a third one, which was Eureka Orthos, which I have not seen. but it's for level 90. Which means that if we keep going by the, let's see. Oh, it was Heaven on High was 60, I think. So we're starting at 21, we have to get all the way to 50, so doing 30 levels. I'm gonna be a little goofy with this. Yeah, we're just cracking jokes and stuff in chat, so in the game chat. So don't want anyone to feel like they're being left out or anything like that. You just can't really see what's happening. Ow! Yeah, ow indeed. That was explosive. Explosive trap. Yes, there are hidden traps. There's also hidden chests that you can get, but it's a little harder. Oh, the music has shifted. Floor 24. Some of the hardest achievements in the game are in this content, I believe. So there is, so there are ones for getting to the highest level. I believe it's 100, maybe 150. For Heaven on High, and then you can also do it solo. I think the hardest ones is getting to the very top level solo. Without dying. Take a lot of luck and skill to do that, and I would be amazed if I was able to ever do something like that. The main stuff that you can get from this is the weapons, because you can actually exchange parts of the Aether pool. I think it's 10 points, I think, and you can get an item that you can then trade so many of in for an equivalent of the weapon or something. I know that I believe it was for Deep Dungeon, I believe it was 260 was the item level. I don't know what it is for Heaven on High. Mal, where'd you go? Oh, he went the other direction. Oh, shoot. Oh, he is on Warrior, which allows him to heal himself up sometimes. So he's not nearly as vulnerable as you'd normally have to worry about. Okay. Visa has consumed a fun little treat, we'll say. Because I don't know if I'm able to actually say that on stream. And he's actually acting rather silly. So he's just saying some This is the main reason why I've blocked the chat, I think, because I want to make sure that people who are talking in chat don't get profiled in some way by things that they say. Oh, the accursed horde is calling to us. I'm hoping that this goes well enough that we can do this just as a thing and it'll be done. I won't have to do it again for the events, so. Keep running in hidden traps. Bisa, did you turn yourself into an otter? Oh, Mule did. This cute little otter. This cute little otter with a hat and a lantern. Absolutely adorable. It's called the otter. So O-D-D-E-R. So otter, and then otter, the animal. So it's a weird otter. Nice. And there's weird things that come out of the accursed horde. Accursed horde are randomly spawning treasure coffers. They'll have everything from useless little fireworks to rare mounts. And there's actually a couple of achievements where you have to get. I think the maximum was like you have to find like 10,000 or something accursed horde, which is absolutely ridiculous. But there's 100 that you have to find without the use of a commander of. I can't remember what it is. There is a commander of the items that you pick up. It's called a commander. And there's one that allows you to actually see the hidden accursed horde. Let me see. What was it called? I think it was called. Looks like we actually don't have it, but so he just used a commander of petrification. Turns out everybody's stone. Which I think that everything dies in one hit. I think that's what it means. Yeah, Gloom is the worst because it makes it then enemy movement speed is increased, so they move faster. Enemies also do more damage while taking less. So they have a damage buff and a defense buff. And it's nasty. Yeah, so the music changes every few levels, just to kind of make it interesting. Haste granted, so we have haste now, so it makes us so all of our weapon cast, all of our weapon skill cast, all of our magic casts, our recast, and our auto attack delays are fast. The main reason this content was released, I believe, was so then people could level things up in a somewhat non-linear progression. Because the main way you level up is doing fates, the world events, which can get dull after a time. Doing dungeons, which can take a long time depending on what you're going in as roll-wise, and also can get boring because you might be stuck on the latest dungeon and only the latest dungeon. But also, this also has a little bit of a, not quite a roguelike, but it's certainly a dungeon delver feel to it. So, something Final Fantasy has always tried to do, which I think pretty smartly, they have constantly tried to put slightly different content in the game to try and appeal to more people. Even though the game by itself is great, there's side content that actually could be appealing to other people as well. So the Island Sanctuary stuff, that was for more of the Harvest Moon kind of crowd, who wanted something cozy, some cozy progression they could do at their own pace, more or less. This is for people who wanted to level up their jobs more efficiently, I think, as well as having a taste of randomized combat and dungeon layout, because everything else is curated. Okay, we got to level 30. Now, level 30 is, I believe, the end of the quote-unquote required. You can go past it, but 30 is kind of where you stop. Oh, okay. So we actually have to jump. We actually have to get knocked up into a cloud, and it'll dissipate it. Okay. So a silver haloed sack. Let's see what we get. Parting ways. Yay! I'm okay with this. So that was a piece of music that I don't have, which is awesome. So I'm gonna name that Parting Ways. Unlock that. I have this pot shard. This is used to buy specific stuff. I think I have pot shards in here. I do. Do a ready check, make sure everyone's good. Okay, 31 to 40. Now that one actually went pretty well. Of course, as the higher and higher you go, the more difficulty you get, so. Yeah, I think the max levels is, the max levels I think you go is 150? Because it went 200 for Palace of the Dead, it went 150 for Heaven on High, and then I think it was only 100 for Orthos. Ouch! I hate the trap chests. Because you don't know they're nasty until you touch them. To be fair, the Mimic ones are worse. Because the Mimics will actually attack you, and they can give you a nasty debuff. Ow! At least I can trigger some heals and we're okay. Pete's sakes, I keep hitting traps. This is a nice change of pace, though. So I'm glad I decided to do this. This has been interesting. I think the biggest thing they changed is that eventually, at some times, you get a big open, wide map. It's just this giant stadium of a room with enemies patrolling around, and you have to go survive, basically. You just have to make sure that you don't trigger everybody when you do it. We haven't run into one of those yet, but I'm guessing that we will. Lisa, don't be doing stupid. No. Okay, now we're good. Switch to the blink. We're off to the next floor. That soup. Lisa ordered chicken nuggets and a side of soup. Apparently, side of soup. That is a trap right there. That is a trap. Now, I think each of the traps have there's a symbol associated with it, so you can see what kind of trap it is. I remember it was a bunch of years ago. I got into a Discord that does deep dungeons, and I got in a group with 3 other people to try and do Palace of the Deep and try to get to floor 200 as a group. I think we got to 194 before we ended up failing. I was so bummed. Back off, dude. Back off. Okay, we're good. That probably is the biggest issue with with people who play this content is that the traps are pretty unforgiving. They're pretty nasty, especially if you run into one while you're in a combat situation or something. He just said, why don't we just hold hands and go to 100? Not with you in the state that you're in, my man. I don't think you'd last to 100, and I don't think we'd survive to 100. I only care about getting to 50, so. Do feel a little better before we got into this. Oh, pardon me. Stay up late, getting highlights from one of my streams. Wait, dog? Oh! Oh! Shiba Inu! Yeah, it's the dog. I think it's good luck. Yeah, it gives us a buff, doesn't it? Damage taken is decreased. Sweet. Aw, that's so nice. So there's coffers. There's the kind of the bronze blue coffers that you normally see. Those drop random items. So those drop the super potions, the elixirs, the phoenix downs, stuff like that. The light blue silvery ones. Those are the ones that give us the light from the Imperiums. And the red ones can give the Podmanders. So as you can see in the top right, if you're paying attention, the map is a little crude in terms, but we're basically doing there's cell-like rooms. We haven't run into one of the big open areas yet. I'm hoping that we do, so you guys can see it, because that doesn't show up in typical ones. But it's randomly set up, and there's a couple symbols on the map. The room that you start out in. See this cute little guy. It's a Shibu Inu, I believe. See that silvery one? It's going to give us... It could be a trap, but it also could have been light points for the Aether Pools. Oh, we want to get rid of the Dogu, I think. I think the Dogus are nasty. I do kind of wonder what they're going to do in the next term for jobs. I know I'm already thinking ahead to that point, but I do kind of wonder what we're going to get for jobs next. Because Pictomancer was kind of expected from what we saw from the trailer, and Viper was expressed previously. So there's always been expectations of what kind of jobs there will be. It was 2 DPS. One was note to self. When soloing this, maybe play warrior. Commander of Flight, which I think makes it faster. I want to grab that. Oh wow, armor went to 14 and my arm is now at 24. It's amazing. Another thing is that if you want, at some point, there is a soft cap on how high you can get the. Ooh, hello. we want to bother with those? Maybe. So at some point you won't get depending at the level that you're at, you won't get higher points, which I fortunately thought was kind of dumb. They could have made it so then you could do it at so then there was still a chance of it raising up. The chance of it just lowered a bit. So at some point, you actually have to keep going to higher and higher levels to actually get to like 99 points, which is what you want to have when you're trying to soul stuff, because that will be your highest amount of damage you can do. There we go. Armor's now to 16. I believe to get one of the mounts, you have to get 4 pieces of Empyrean armor. It's like pants, greaves, wristband, and chest piece, I think. And if you have all those, you can wear them to the custodian or something, and you can get an interesting looking horse mount. So that's something I'll have to do at some point. Bima. This is what it looks like in between. So there's the exit there, and there's an entry point to keep going. So this is basically the rest stop. Make sure that everyone's good. We're all good. Let's continue. Ooh. Yeah, it's changed a bit now. Now it's getting a little bit more creepy. Pardon me. I don't know what it is, but every time I'm streaming, at some point I will yawn. I will yawn, I will cough, I will scratch my eye, I will rub my eyes, I will scratch my head or my ears, something. There we go. Hello, Crimson Aether. Please come in. We're just doing some Heaven on High for the Moogle event. Okay, going to 44. Nearly there. 5 more. Just getting to level 50. Oh. Sekizo. Okay, no horde here. Strength 27, nice. Oh, I hit the innovation trap. Ah, darn it. 2's damage taken is increased, okay. Oh, that is the stop right there. Okay. Level 45. A Magistrate of Crag, huh? Come on, come on, come on. Ah! Careful. Careful. Careful! Oh boy. Okay. Whew. That was close. This is going nice and smooth, honestly. Got a lot of explosions in our face, but we haven't had anyone die. We haven't gotten close to death. The music is a little odd at this point now. I kind of hope it shifts. I love that we're getting so many getting so many points of Aether Pool. It's great. Always want to try and put a shield on person going for a chest, because that will help them from exploding. This isn't much better. It's creepy singing ballad. Yep, just activate Garuda and destroy everybody on the floor. Good enough. Ooh, that was great. That was an Imperium Pot Shard. Those are rare to drop. Sweet. No, I like having that drop. Armor's now up to 20, which is great. Yeah, we started at 14 and 8, I think. That's why I did that. Oh, I got a Commander of Raising, which is cool. That's an instant raise for somebody. For the group, I think, actually. If it ever goes completely horrible. Is it? Yeah, it raises the first party member to be KO'd. Yeah, so it's kind of like an instant re-raise. We are on the last couple levels, so it makes sense to just pop the icon ones. This music's better though. This is some of the music from Heavensward, actually. So many super potions. I find it so odd that, well, I guess it makes more sense in this one because you have people who can do this, who can solo this content. But it's so weird to be given stuff like potions and things like that, because you rarely use health potions. You usually have a healer of some sort. I don't know. Maybe that is much my view on it. You're far less likely to use potions to heal yourself if you have ways to give yourself health anyway. Two more floors. We're gonna get this done. It's gonna be great. You detect the call of the accursed horde on this level. Awesome. So now we got into 33 and 21. Ozu. Oh, this is cool in here. Oh, I got confused. I must have been looking. Oh no! Never mind. She's so high. Let me fight! There's our 50. Sweet! Oh, that's awesome. Four gold halo sacks. Ooh! I believe the rare mount that comes out of this is, was it Black Pegasus or something? I can't remember. Yeah, so you can get these Imperium potions, which give you a HP regeneration. But they're kind of expensive to get. That's right, you can get a frilled dragon. You get the sweat emote from here. Oh, we need to go to the appraiser. Oh, okay. Already have that card. Hey, got a wind up Lakshmi. I don't have that. Sweet. So I got something out of it. Wind up Lakshmi. Now, because that's the case, I think I had wind up Lakshmi on one of my... on one of my lists, I think, of craftable minions. So I need to go double check. If I have, then that needs to get changed. Anyway, put you in there. Okay, cool. Well, now we did that, so we now have 100. Yeah, so now we need to go find... teleport to Lumsa again. And we got 45 minutes to figure out something to do. What to do? What to do? As much as I would like to tackle some like Eureka or something like that, it's unfortunately, it's going to be kind of dull to watch that. Go. Sell those. Sell that. So the super potion would come next. And then the max potion would come. Oh, I already have a max potion, never mind. I figured that the elements would go there. Awesome. Oh, nice emote. Well, let's see here. I think we're going to go ahead and change to a tank roll. I'm going to jump on my gunbreaker. Yeah, we'll jump into one of these. Should be along pretty quick, I would hope. Oh, we can exchange stuff, that's right. Let's see, what do I need to get? Pull up my list here. Magic bed! So that's another mount. Okay, jumping into this now. What are we doing? Ah, we're doing the Aether Chemical Research Facility. All right. Ooh, doo doo doo.
I will crush you underfoot. Savages.
How dare you call me savages? Well, that's how
In the
the...
name of the Emperor. Enough. In the name of the Emperor. In the name of the Emperor. There is nowhere to run. Enough.
Good old swipe.
Can you withstand this? In the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! Well, well.
So he was saying in the name of the Emperor so often that people were starting to say it in chat. I said, the Emperor protects. Wait, wrong franchise. So this is Heavenwards content. I really can't remember the reason why we were in this dungeon specifically. I'm pretty sure it was to make sure the Empire didn't get it, but... At some point, I will replay the story because the story's really good. I'd like to replay some of it. And the fact that I can play through the story without having to make a fresh character and have like no money, no locations, nothing unlocked, it's far more appealing to me. Because if I wanted to do the same thing for any other online game that I have, I actually couldn't do it. I think that's the one thing that I love about Final Fantasy, is that I could actually go through the main story, and a lot of the other stories, like for the different classes and stuff like that, some of the side story content. Lane of the Heart. Antanaga. So, turn away for Petrify. Oh, Ricky got hit. Felt something in my teeth, I think. Oh, there we go. Oh, I got paralyzed. Petrified. Ah, Ricky died! They've retweaked. They tweaked this fight. This fight is not quite the same. This fight used to be harder, and I think they've eased it up on. I played it like once, I think. I'm pretty sure. So there was a way the fight was originally done, and then the way they changed it. I'm pretty sure. So the original one was you actually had 2 phases because it actually was a big boss fight. So originally you were actually fighting one-on-one, and they would switch back and forth. So La Brea would be trackable, and Igiorm was not. And then would swap the other way. They changed it now. Ricky, don't run for me. Well, Ricky's at least not getting vulnerable or something up, so it's not nearly as bad.
Burn no more.
Okay, and then part 2. They merge, become one. We ain't done. Hi-oh! Oh, healer went right out. Oh, so the healer, yeah, we're gonna have to do this fight again. Because I can't get myself alive. At least it puts us really close to the boss, Rita. Oh yeah, we do need to go out. And then get in. Yeah, so originally Universal Manipulation was a giant, long cast, and you had to go step into these barriers that would nullify it a little. That would nullify it for the most part, but it would stun you. Well, not stun you, but it would bind you, and you couldn't do any actions. You basically, so you had to put yourself into a non-functioning state to be able to avoid it. You know, this fight used to be a lot worse, honestly. They have changed the mechanics up because the big orb sphere things, those used that the big fire and ice blasts, those didn't used to be a thing. At least not in that way. I believe that they had at one point they had a fire and ice orb on either side of the boss, and you had to kill them before they reached the boss because it powered the boss up. Okay, so I have looked up how to fish for the glimmer scale. So the next 8 minutes, we're going to try and get that. If I don't get it in that 8 minutes, then I will leave you off there. So, I'm going to open this up. And, because I had these, actually, I think they were on... They on you? Not sure. Oh! That was weird. Didn't load up properly. Oh, not on this one. My mistake. I needed to find the butterworm. Butterworm. Now, where else can I get the butterworm? I need to look this up. You can also get it from Sinnahill. Where are they? Okay, they're just past Hawkers. Okay. They're just down here. Oh, getting some audio chop. That's not good. Here he is. Purchase items. Butterworm. I only have 12, so let's go ahead and make that up to... Let's go get another 30 or something. Because unlike a jig or something, every time I catch something, whether I get it or not, I waste the bait, which is annoying. Okay, and then I need to head to Nofika's Well in Western Thonalon. So teleport to Thonalon and Horizon. Western Thonalon. Okay. Okay, so make sure that's on my bait. Let's fly over. Yeah, I'm getting some audio glitch, I think. That's weird. Well, at least you guys won't have to, if you guys can even hear it, you'll only have to deal with it for another 5 minutes, which is just better than none. Alright, so. Oh, I haven't even fished here before. Really? Huh. Well, if that's the case, let's throw this out and we'll see what we get. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and toss that. Release, because I don't want it. Got a release list here. Okay, so we're trying to get one of these, I think. So hide everything. So reject everything but that. Gotta change this over. There we go. That's a little better. Ah, got a dusk goby. I'm gonna release that as well. Apply that there. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So what I've done is I've activated an ability that allows me a chance to get bigger fish. Sometimes the big fish you can't just normally get. The problem you have is that when you do that, it makes them that they're more likely to get off the hook. So you have to use a precision or a powerful hook set to actually set it. Oh, that was a copperfish though. So. Waiting for a triple hook. Not getting them. Hang on a second, there's something called a modest lure? Oh, that you get at 100. Interesting. Okay. Go until we run out of bait. Oh, it's actually 6 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and finish it off because I don't want to run it like I did last time. So, anyway. So, thank you guys for showing up. That was a wonderful bit of conversation I was able to have with Ghost of Tsushima and Read by Siggy. I believe that I know Ghost because she told me who she was, but I'm pretty sure Siggy is her wife. That's kind of what I was able to get from that. So, it was wonderful to chat with them. It was wonderful to see a couple other people show up. I will not be streaming for the weekend, but we'll come back on Monday and we will do Marvel Rivals. And I'm pretty sure we'll be close to the end of 1.5 season. I don't know if they've made any note of if they've made any announcement on season 2 yet, but we'll see about that. We'll see if we can get some more achievements, because I was able to snag a couple achievements. Oh, and we're also going to try doing comp. We're going to try doing competitive to see what it's like. If any of you are interested in teaming up for that, please do. If you're wanting to do competitive, I've never touched it, so I'm still bronze 3, so don't expect that to go anywhere unless you haven't touched it either. But I think we'll be just fine leaving it here as is. So I hope you all have a good weekend. I hope you all have a good evening. You have some fun, you stay safe, and I will see you guys Monday. And I've got some work to do over the weekend, but we'll see how it goes, and I will see you all then. And until then, take care everybody, all right? So long.